Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Gonzales Unified School Board of Education regular meeting agenda for Tuesday, June 8th, 2021. It is 5:18 p.m. My name is Jose Lopez, and I am the board president. Um, Number 3 is welcome guests. We have some parents among us. Do we have any other guests, Superintendent?
Site administration.
Welcome, everyone. Number 4, Pledge of Allegiance. Maria, could you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Moving on to approval of agenda. Second, is it a second?
Approval of this agenda?
Yeah, number 5.
Yeah,
So it's been moved by Ms. Cueva, second by
but we
Mr.
haven't taken roll.
Roll call, sorry.
Yeah.
Sophia, can you please take roll call?
Sure. Board President Lopez,
Here.
Board Clerk Maria Cuevas,
Present?
Board Member Araceli Flores,
Here.
Board Member Cesar Leon,
Present.
Board Member Celestiano.
Present.
Thank you. Sorry for that. All right, moving on to item number 5, approval of agenda. We had a motion from Ms. Cuevas.
Yeah, I have
Second from
a
Mr.
comment.
Ayala. Go ahead.
It's not a second.
You have a comment?
Yeah, on that, before the motion. I think that we should remove 2 items. 15.1 is the Gonzales Unified School District Athletic Handbook. I think we need more time to review and update accordingly, because remember, this is the handbook that's going to be approved, and it's going to be the guiding document. So I think we need to make sure that everything is good, that
Okay.
Do you have questions about it?
Well, there was no changes in it.
No changes were made?
No.
yeah,
Changes
so
in
there was
it
no
from the last
update. So it's the same as last.
No, that's not correct. The changes that have been submitted by the board members were changed in the document by Sophia. So the new attachment as of the last board meeting is in fact the document with correction.
But I don't know that our athletic director and coaches have had a chance to make suggestions or changes. I don't believe that they have.
My understanding from site administration is that the content of the handbook is a result of meetings that were held with the coaches and the athletic director at the time.
At the time, but we need to update the handbook to reflect the current situation. I don't believe that that's the case right now. So
The handbook would not reflect an interim.
it's
athletic
not an
director.
interim, I understand, but I'm saying like current, at that time was a different athletic director. Right now, we have an athletic director that that's not the same as the one that produced the agenda. I think that athletic director needs to be consulted with, as well as other coaches, to make sure that everything there, because as an example, I went through it myself, and I saw a couple of things that I'm like, well, is that what we want to do? And so,
a study session for the handbook with.
yeah, I think something like that. I mean, I've gone through the 96 pages, but I have reached out. No, I have. So you have.
I'm not saying you haven't.
Okay, well, you're nodding your head, so.
Yeah.
Can I clarify though?
I'm not understanding.
So the current handbook would not be put on hold to have an interim athletic director to review. If we want to put the handbook on hold pending the new 21-22 school year and a return from the pandemic, we can agendize it for August.
That's fine.
That work?
Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect.
I have another agenda item that I want to make a comment on.
Go ahead.
15.5, it's Association of Latino Administrators and Superintendents, ALA's annual membership of Gonzales High School Assistant Principal, Miguel Ocampo, and La Gloria Elementary School Assistant Principal, Diane Dietrich. On this one, it's more of a process. We haven't approved their contracts yet. I think that needs to happen before we approve any type of memberships, associations, and such.
Would you like to address it?
So the contracts are not brought forth to the board for approval, nor have they been for the last 6 years. The contracts are rollover for management, And if the board in fact was giving any consideration to changing management contracts, that would have had to have been determined before the March 15th deadline. And if there were extenuating circumstances, there is a second deadline in May, neither of which the district has met.
Okay, that was a misunderstanding on my part because I thought, and I think other schools approve contracts for site
That has
admin.
not been, I can't comment on other districts. That has not been the practice in GUSD, nor is it a practice in all districts.
Well, it is in Soledad, it is in Greenfield.
But that hasn't been our practice here, so.
And actually, I have not received confirmation of that from Randy Banks. And so I'm talking with Soledad to find out exactly what you believe they do. And then we can return to the discussion, but that has not been a practice within our district. And based on the timeline, the change would occur in the 21-22 school year.
Okay, that is news to me. I thought an admin and site admin and those contracts come before the board.
The
Is that
board has
not the
two
case?
contracts that come before them annually. That's myself and the associate superintendent. Other managers are considered classified and certificated managers.
Okay,
And they would fall under your jurisdiction, right?
so,
Not our
okay, but
jurisdiction.
did my fellow board members, do you guys know about the March 15th and the May deadline? I didn't. I knew March, I think March 15th is the same thing as the nominee elects, correct? Is that the same day?
So March 15th applies to all certificated staff. And in the board updates, I have specifically listed prior to March 15th, those employees that either for non-reelect purposes or for discipline purposes would be receiving notice. That can include any certificated teacher and or management. Classified staff has a 60-day window in which to be notified, but the board itself has two contracts to come before it, mine and the associate superintendent.
Okay, well, that's news to me. I thought every district approved site admin every,
We can talk
year.
about that for next year if you would like, instead of maybe
I mean,
set guidelines for next.
But the other thing is it might be more appropriate to discuss at the agendized item
Mhm.
versus now when we're supposed to be having an expulsion hearing.
Yeah.
Sure.
yeah, okay, that's fine.
Thank
Well,
you.
I withdraw my concern on that one.
Thank you, Mr. Ayun.
Yeah.
Anybody else? All right, so can I get a
Second,
second?
Araceli.
Araceli, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, passes. So moving on to item 6.1, approval of minutes. 6.1, consideration to approve the minutes of the special Board of Education meeting held May 18, 2021. Can I get a motion?
Motion. Second, Araceli.
Been moved by Ms. Celeste Daniel, second by Ms. Flores. All those in favor? Anyone opposed? Passes. 6.2, consideration to approve the minutes of the regular Board of Education meeting held May 25th, 2021. Can I get a motion?
Motion.
Been moved by Ms.
Second,
Daniel, second by Ms. Cuevas. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Passes. 6.3, consideration to approve the minutes of the special Board of Education meeting held May 26th, 2021. Can I get a motion?
Motion, Daniel.
It's been moved by Ms. Daniel, second by Ms. Cuevas. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Passes. Moving on to item number 7, closed session topics. 7.1, student discipline and other confidential student matters, Education Code Section 35146, 48900, and 48912, student number 2020-21-B, and 7.2, Public Employee Appointment Employment Government Code Section 54957. Any public comments on this? There are no public comments at this time, so we're going to be moving on to closed session. Okay, great. Thank you, everybody, and welcome back. We are reporting out of closed session. In regards to closed session, item 7.1, student discipline and other confidential student matters. Education Code Section 35,146, comma, 48,900 and 48,912, student number 41,773. The following action was taken on a vote of 5-0. We have recommended a suspended expulsion for student number 401773 with the following requirements and expectations to be met. First is we are mandating and requiring the student to enroll in the Sun Street Center program, also along with the parents. We are requiring the student to enroll in the summer school program, the 4.0 Academy, and any Saturday schools that we have. We're also requiring the student that student needs to be in the classroom 95% of the time minimum. We're also expecting the parents to be involved in to participate in any form of family counseling. We are requiring the student to give to the community 50 hours of community service throughout the school year. And we made it clear to the parents that also that at any point in the future, moving forward, if the student brings on campus any kind of drugs and paraphernalia or anything, the police will be involved and there will be an arrest, and the student will be arrested. So that's what the board decided. Moving on to item number 7.2, public employee employment government section code 54957. No action at this time taken. Thank you. And moving on to public comments. At this time, members of the public may address the board on any topic that are under the jurisdiction of the board. For public comments on items not on the agenda, the board may not discuss or take action during this meeting. Comments from the public shall be limited to 3 minutes on any topic. The board may limit the total time for public input on any topic to 20 minutes unless it chooses to waive the item limit for a particular item. So I know we have 3 public comments that came in through our email, and we have one here. Do we have any other public comments? So, Maria, can you help us? Oh.
Good evening, everyone. First, our family would like to extend our congratulations to the FMS and JHS classes of 2021. Graduate, each day you wake up is a gift. Use your gifts for self-improvement and for sharing your gifts with those around you. Now, on to your second topic of business, student academic evaluation/rating. We hope that once Superintendent Irving and her staff begin to plan for the 2021-2022 school year, they work on district initiatives that focus on student evaluation and grades. Our K-12 grade district must define and align students' academic evaluation grading within the district. District leadership must provide guidance to each side as to how to determine proficiency in soft and technical skills appropriate for each level, elementary, middle, and high school. This can only happen once our school board also prioritizes student academic evaluation grades. Our GUSD board must draft new board policies around student evaluation grades. These new board policies must align with students' needs. Needs that address and lead our students to different pathways after high school, such as four-year educational institutions, two-year educational institutions, and technical careers, or simply skills that are needed for the workforce. As a governing board, it is the board's job to provide focus, direction, and support to their one employee, Superintendent Irving. Superintendent Irving leads our district with plenty of experience and knowledge within her field, but the board must also provide her with the support she needs to devise and implement school district initiatives which are student-centered. District initiatives that not only address those that are struggling academically, but also service students that are on grade level, and above grade level. Too many times, our students at grade level and above grade level are not getting the support they truly need. USD board policies on student evaluation / grading should emphasize the following topics: rigor and depth of content areas, standardized criteria for evaluation / grading rubrics, measurable metrics, proficiency in the core subject areas of English language arts and mathematics, proficiency performance tasks. We understand that changing policy takes time and effort. However, we also find that the WASC accreditation process our high school is currently experiencing provides a great segue for changing school board policy. The WASC committee, an outside entity, via their multiple reports, have stated our district's shortcomings when addressing and measuring student academic performance. Board members, now is the time to begin making student-centered change. Respectfully, Calderon staff.
Great, thank you. The next public comment, please.
Yeah, I'm on it.
You just need to speak straight into the microphone because they can't hear it.
I didn't have to be on. There it's on. Technical difficulties. This is from Lauren Ramirez. Hello all, we would like to start by saying thank you to everyone who has helped us gather the necessary materials and funds to celebrate our fifth graders before their journey into middle school. A special thank you to Dr. James Drake, Miss Yolanda Barba, and Miss Yvette Irving for their prompt attention for this matter and approving our request in making sure students are sent off in a memorable way. We believe that it is very important that this becomes a tradition for all fifth grade students from here on out. As a fifth grade teacher and mother to a now second grade student, I believe that with the help of parents, the district and members of the community, this celebration can be made even more memorable for future fifth grade students. We understand that this time around, things were put together at the last minute, but the fact that we could all make this possible for our students really means a lot. Our students have overcome many well, I don't know if that's a word. Arduous? I have never seen that word. Well, I like that word. Arduous task this school year, and having us rally together to show them how proud we are of them is something they will not forget. Thank you to everyone who helped make this possible. Lauren Ramirez and Karina Curiel. And thank them for advocating for them. So I believe that is it.
Okay, we have another, one more? That's it? Okay, great. And I'm going to invite now Mr. Fidencio Cuevas. You have a public comment? What? I'm doing the time. Okay, perfect. Mr. Cuevas, can you please speak into the mic a little bit or turn it on? I think it's off. Okay. Thank you.
It's right on top, right here.
Go ahead.
There we
You
go.
can start over.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Good evening, members of the GOC Governing Board and all attendants. I'm still concerned about not having an equal opportunity on the board agenda to share our teacher's voice. How can we say we value all stakeholders, but omit their 3-minute report from each board meeting? I'm not sure what it takes to get an equal opportunity, whether it's a motion by a board member or a recommendation by a superintendent, but we look forward to returning to be a regular part of the agenda soon. We also see that we are continuing to add on to our healthy surplus. We hope that it will translate into meeting the needs of today's classrooms. I'd also like to take this opportunity to welcome our new GTA board members for the 2021-2022 school year. Serving as president will be Ms. Ashley Valdez, vice president, Ms. Sita Ayala, secretary, Mr. Dan Picardi, Treasurer, Mrs. Nelly Loera, Ms. Jessica Asher as GHS Site Rep, Mr. Jesus Velasquez and Mr. Ron Gallegos as co-FMS Site Reps, and Ms. Karina Curiel and Ms. Courtney Post as co-La Gloria Site Reps. We look forward to continue to work to open the lines of communication between the school board and administration to make the best decisions and what's truly best for our students of our community. Because after all, we are the stewards of our students' education. Also want to thank the board members who participated in a monthly meeting with GTA leadership. And although our May meeting got away from us, perhaps we can squeeze in one more meeting prior to the end of the month. We also want to give a huge acknowledgement to our student board members, Alze Ayala, Anissa Sandoval, and Julissa Aldalco for doing a tremendous job in representing their student body so eloquently and professionally. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wells. Any other public? Thank you all. So moving on to public hearing. Item number 12.1, the board will hold a public hearing on balances in excess of minimum reserve requirements. Staff report.
Good evening, members of the board, members of our community. James Drake, Associate Superintendent, CDO. And so for this portion of our hearing, I would just like to give you a brief explanation. We anticipate ending fund balances totaling approximately $12,793,000. And so we are required to hold a board hearing to justify having these excess funds in excess of the 3% required state reserve. And so to explain, 3% of this amount translates into roughly $973,000. And so that's the required 3% state reserve.
Mhm.
Now that leaves us with a difference of approximately $11,819,000. And so of that amount, I'd like to explain how that's going to be designated. First of all, in the general fund, approximately $5,316,000 will be set aside as the board required 17% reserve in addition to the state required 3% reserve. So this is a board mandated policy. And so we must hold these funds in reserve in addition to that 3%. Now, beyond that, we are authorizing an additional $416,000 after the board required reserve. And so this is going to go into our revolving fund. Now, also in the general fund, we are allocating approximately $4,385,000, and this will go for COVID-related expenses. As you know, over the course of the year, we've spent quite a bit on technology, on protective equipment and supplies, distance learning items, curriculum for our students. And so that's going to be a continuing ongoing expense. And so we've designated this amount toward those purposes. Again, in the general fund, approximately $500,000 for technology and infrastructure. We are in the process of completing some various technology projects. In fact, even this summer, we have more technology projects on the way, including a new security system internet capability at the stadium and at the farm. And last, also in our general fund, we set aside approximately $1 million for special education needs. And so that leaves us with a total of $11,819,547 designated for these various purposes. So now, are there any comments or questions about this?
Alicia, if you would like to make any comments?
No, I'm good.
You, Mr. Ayon?
So then, does this mean we have 20% reserve, the 17 plus 3?
Yes, 3% plus the 17% required board reserve.
Yeah. And the required board reserve, is that board policy or is that past
Yes,
practice?
we do have a policy on that.
And what percentage of these funds are COVID funds? ESSER 1, ESSER 2, anything like that?
Well, I don't have the actual breakdown of the amount that goes into this total.
Like rough estimate.
And some of this money is still yet to be received. Some of this comes from CARES Act funds. It's a variety of sources that contribute to this. We've had some positions throughout the year that we have not filled. So we've had some vacant positions. We've saved money there. As we said, we've had the CARES related funds. Just a variety of sources go into this. We can talk more in detail about that later if you'd like a breakdown of it.
So I can tell you that, domestic food funds have not arrived in the district yet. We have an approximate distribution of about 3.2 million, but we'll actually probably receive 2.8 for the penalty that the district will incur. The other piece that, the board needs to keep in mind is that we need to make the board aware that the deferrals were continuing up until we received verification from the district was prepared to incur the state deferrals, which we have now been advised, it looks like the legislature will vote to fully fund schools, and those deferrals will then go away, and we then will be able to also release additional funds since we're not preparing for that.
Yeah, the reason I was asking is, obviously if this is one-time money, then it's good for this year, but not necessarily good for years going forward. That was just my point.
That's correct.
Yeah, thank
That's
you.
correct.
And I'd like to follow up by saying that this amount reflects the total apportionment we should have received. This does not take into account the deferrals. So the actual amount that we have is actually less than this. This is the amount that we should have once all the deferrals are paid, if they end up paying us all the money that they owe us.
Correct.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Daniels?
The technology that's going to be, that we have scheduled, like you said, for the farm, when is that expected to be completed?
We don't have a completion date, but we're working on proposals right now. In fact, Sophie has been putting together specs for that. We've been talking with vendors. We've been looking at time frame for doing that. We hope to get it done by this fall.
Perfect. Thank you.
Ms. Flores?
I just like seeing I just like seeing the money, the 1 million for sped. I think that's a really good area of need there.
We have growing needs financially in the area of special
Yes, so
education.
it's good to see
Yes.
that 1 mil is there, because I know
Yes.
sped is heavy duty, so,
Yeah, we spend a lot of money in that
oh,
area.
I know, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Cuevas?
Mhm.
So the technology at the farm will be an alarm system, correct?
A video system, yes.
Oh, a video system.
We're
Okay.
putting in cameras. Yeah, it'll be a comprehensive security system.
Okay. And at the stadium as well, a video?
Yes. Yeah, cameras on the farm and also on the stadium side.
And for the stadium, that'll also, it will increase or implement access to the internet.
Yes, we're bringing internet capability to the stadium, not just for the cameras, but also for internet streaming, because in the future, we want to be able to stream football games, soccer games, different
Right.
events that take place out there, even graduation. So if someone has relatives that live far away and can't make it, they could even see the graduation online.
Great. Yeah. Thank you again for your work in this, in our finances. This is a public hearing, so I'll go ahead and open it to the public. Any member of the public would like to address any item on item 12.1? None. Anyone online?
I don't see any questions.
No.
I do have a hand up online,
We do have a hand.
and that is Karina Curiel.
In regards to this particular item,
She has her hand up right now.
so can we go ahead and? The public hearing, so it's open to the public to comment on any item. Go ahead, Karina Curiel, you're on.
Good evening, board members. This is Karina Curiel. Mike, I have a question in regards to the reserve. I want to know, I know you're saying that it's board policy. I want to know have you gone to trainings in regards to just if that really should be policy? Have you spoken to other nearby districts in regards to how many of what they have? It's my understanding that our past superintendent had like a 17% reserve, and it's one of the, or 18%. And that's one of the biggest reasons parents were very furious, and she is no longer in our school district. I know my trainings that I've been to, there really isn't a reason, and I haven't read all your reasons in your report, why our students' money should be, we should have a 20% when it should be a minimum of 3, which yes, I do think that is way too low. But it is also my understanding that if I were a parent and my tax-paying monies were being saved in a reserve, and my student was a senior, you know, I want my money to go to my students, I would want my money to go to my child now. And that's what I don't understand. Like, how is it that we are getting away with so much reserve when our students lack so many programs? Honestly, I don't know what to say. I'm just kind of in awe, you know, about the situation. Like 20%. And, you know, and I've said so many times that I'm no longer going to bring up the subject, because really it should be the parents that should be speaking out. But I mean, they're my students, and I see them like my kids, and I'm sad for them that we're keeping all this money from them.
Thank you, Ms. for your question. I'm gonna defer to Superintendent to answer your question.
So, Ms. Curiel, I'm going to answer, and then I'll ask Dr. Drake to add. But the reason that we're at 20% right now is because of the circumstances that we've lived through the past 20-some months. Typically, this district has maintained a 17% reserve, and that is specifically because 17% covers approximately 2 months of salary and expenses for the district. 90%, and I would say approaching 90% of all expenses in our district are for employees. They are for FTE. And so the board has prioritized our ability to pay in a time of crisis. And that is the reason that we, in fact, have 17%. In addition, because the board has directed us to be fiscally conservative, that also contributed to our ability to obtain the bond ratings, which allows us to proceed forward with the new school. And so it's not a matter of not spending on students in the year that the money is received. It is the use of that money and the potential need of funding for a maximum of 2 months, the employee salaries and expenses the district incurs. Dr. Drake, I don't know if you want to add anything?
Yes, I'd like to say a couple other things. As I said earlier, we don't actually have $12 million in reserve. This is based on what we should have received. We have much less than that, actually. And as I indicated in one of my previous presentations a month or two ago, over the past 4 months, because of those deferrals, we have actually spent about $5 million more than we've taken in. So we are in a negative cash flow position right now where we're actually losing money each month. So we need that reserve because things happen sometimes. It was a surprise to us last fall when the state announced these deferrals. If we didn't have that kind of reserve available, we would not have been able to make it through the school year with the money that we had. So it's very important to have that reserve for when those situations come up.
Thank you. Thank you all for your explanation. And thank you, Ms. Curiel, for your question. Any other? Oh, okay, sorry. Thank you. Any other public comment? Nobody? There's another one? Okay. Oh, sorry, I think we lost that person. All right. So bringing it back to the board for additional questions. Seeing none. This is a public hearing, so at this point, we just accept the information, correct?
Yes.
Yes. And so we're good. Thank you again, Dr. Drake, for your information. So moving on to item number 12.2, the board will hold a public hearing on the 2021-2022 preliminary budget. Staff report.
And once again, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, members of the board, James Drake, Associate Superintendent and CBO. And I believe that you've received copies of the preliminary budget for next year that we'll be asking you to approve in about 2 weeks.
Okay,
The budget itself takes a long time to formulate. If you've looked at it, you'll see it's very similar to the current year's budget. We budgeted very conservatively. We expect that the district is going to, again, need to be very cautious with our expenditures. We don't know what's going to happen this coming year in terms of our enrollment and our ADA. Right now, we're being held harmless next year for our funding. I say beginning July 1st, the 21-22 school year. But our funding the following year is going to depend on our enrollment in our ADA this coming year. So if that drops significantly, that means that our funding the next year is also going to drop quite a bit as well. So again, we're budgeting very conservatively. The budget is very lean. We're being very cautious with our expenditures. Again, I'll have a much more detailed presentation in 2 weeks when we ask you to approve the budget. And so I will open it up now for questions or comments.
Lisa, do you have any questions?
Yeah, okay, it's on. No questions, just thank you for all your hard work. I know myself, I'm not a numbers person, so I can't imagine putting together a whole budget. So I just thought I would commend you on that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ayon?
I am a little bit of a numbers person. Okay. So you said you made the budget conservatively. Was it an increase from last year? Was it a decrease from last year? What percentage? Does that depend on the item?
We're looking at a very, very slight increase.
Slight
Yes.
increase. Okay.
As I said, overall, we had some positions this year we didn't fill. Because of that, there were some expenditures that we didn't make. We anticipate that for this next school year, we will be filling those positions and we will be spending a little bit more because of that.
Via the COLA, because originally we were not budgeting or planning for a COLA, and the legislature has since advised us that we will be receiving that.
So COVID obviously has done a lot of things, some positive, some not so great. But ADA, as you mentioned, is obviously a concern. Hopefully we'll get all the kids that we normally have, and then that won't be a concern, but we don't know that. Now, one thing that is positive, in my opinion, is training classes. So now that I've been on the board, I've had to take some training classes, and thank goodness I didn't have to travel there, because I got an 11-month-old, and that would have been very challenging, right? So now they offer web training at a fraction of the price of attending, well, maybe not fraction, but a big discount of attending in person. Also, you don't have to take into consideration hotel and mileage or airfare. It adds up. And so basically I went through the budget and I only looked at 2 items. I looked at services and other operating travel expenses, which that to me means training and traveling. So in the budget, it's 195,000 total. And I guess one thing I would ask, and I don't know how to go about this, but if maybe as a board we can recommend, and I do see the social interactions you can do at trainings, but as far as numbers, it is a lot of money. 195 is a lot. I mean, 30 million is more, which is the final number here, 31 mil about, but 195 is a lot. And so if we can somehow suggest that when employees for all the different LCAP goals, we have 4 to the audience, that they consider taking the online training instead of traveling there to save on expenses. Anyway, so that was one of the issues I looked at, or not issues, but the second part is professional and consulting services. Does that include legal, or is that just, what is that?
Yes.
On professional development, in part to substantiate the work we're doing to meet WASC requirements, as well as the accountability status of our middle and elementary schools.
We also spend money on professional services in some areas such as special education, because sometimes we can't find certain types of specialists. And so we have to contract out. And so therefore we use professional services for that.
And MCVH as well, right? Would that be under?
That would be considered a professional service.
Yeah, okay. And I'll make it very quick. I'll say, one of the concerns that I had, just generally speaking, LCAP Goal 1, Action 3 for the public. What that means is it's technology, and basically that's under the core programs. So it's technology. The technology as a percentage, the total expenditures of technology as a percentage of our budget is 6.6%. I thought that was pretty low, especially considering COVID and the fact that probably we will have to do hybrid. Not be doing
No,
hybrid.
the state has mandated that we go back to
Correction.
in-person instruction.
So, and also let's clarify, we're looking at different years. So we expended a significant amount of money over the last 2 years. So moving forward, we would expect to see less as we're entering into the new year. We did a complete retrofit of our infrastructure. We invested in hardware for students and
It's going off and on.
we invested in new hardware for students as well as staff. So we would anticipate that it would be a smaller amount moving forward.
That's right. We had big capital outlays for
Mhm.
technology.
Yeah, when we went to online instruction, we purchased a lot of curriculum, a lot of electronic resources. And so as Yvette has said, we've invested a lot in technology over the past year.
Yeah, and my final observation was that LCAP Goal 2, Action 2, which is basically English learners for the public.
Are you on 12.2 or 12.3? Because we're not yet.
Oh, I'm sorry. No,
That
no,
would
I'm
be-
on 12.2. I'm on the budget, the budget. Manager Code 2002. Dr. Drake knows what I'm talking about. Anyway, so that is for English learners. And the total expenditures that we have for English learners for all services, out of a budget of almost 31 million, total expenditures is 98,000, which is 0.32%. That to me seems a little low, especially since I think we have quite a bit of English learners.
That's
here.
just for that one particular goal and the one particular action.
Yeah,
That's only for one small portion of the overall LCAP. If you add up all the English learner programs and throughout the entire LCAP, we're spending well over, I believe, $4 million.
so then those programs wouldn't go under this particular goal and action, even though it says English learner?
We have various types of goals and actions for English learners. And so we've broken that up into the various sections of the LCAP.
Okay. I thought
So
all
if you go
English-
back and look at all the different sections, you'll see it adds up to quite a bit.
No, yeah, for sure. I just thought that encompassed all English learners. I wasn't aware of.
It would be separated out, so for example, professional services may have an English learner subset, curriculum that have English and then the ELT subset. It would depend on the area. You have to total all of these.
Yeah. Okay. And my final point is of course, I think especially to spending, a couple of thousands may not mean a lot, but doing that 1,000 times is a lot. So I think, especially with uncertainty coming for next year, I hope that our staff and everybody be very cognizant of expenditures, especially for travel and training. That to me is important.
Thank you, Mr. Ayon.
I will say that there are some conferences that are going back to an in-person format that will not be offering the online option. And so that's why we built that into the budget, because there are people who will need to travel for conferences.
And eventually, the goal is to get back to how we were doing it before, right? Yeah, pre-COVID. So, on site. So I know we've taken advantage of these webinars and the online trainings, but from what I'm hearing, it's gonna be, we're gonna try to get back to the pre-COVID way of doing, the professional development and all that stuff.
We are committed to fiscal security. We are fiscally conservative. And I believe that at least the last 3 years that I've been here, that's been demonstrated. If you look through the first income, second income, et cetera, that was how we were able to reduce deficit. And I don't see any change in that because as our conversation with Ms. Courier, we appreciate these good times, but we're always planning for
The worst.
we don't have a choice.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Arion. Ms. Love?
So I had two questions. So the outgo for the 700, the 7,000, the tuition, what is that? It's 2,050,000.
Well, we do send students.
On page 2.
We do send students to other facilities and other centers for some of their learning, some of their care. And so we have to pay tuition to those facilities or to those other providers. And so that's what tuition goes for.
Okay. So my other question was, the increase, does that include, Ms. Barber gave her presentation last board meeting regarding the new positions that would be added on, that's taken into consideration in this already?
No, in fact, we are anticipating some reductions in staff, and we've talked about this. We have a declining enrollment. And so we're being very cautious, very conservative in our budgeting. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Yes.
We will be adding positions, and they are posted as being temporary positions. But the state itself, as well as the federal government, has included language that when FTE is required to help expedite and address the learning loss, that they have waived the statute that we can hire temporary.
Okay. And then one last one, for the books and supplies, am I right that this coming year is a new, she already knows, the textbook adoption for math?
Yes.
Okay, so that's in here as well, so that we have.
That is what we are also considering. My director of tech services, Dr. Rachel, that we will be looking at moving the greatest extent possible to online curriculum. And that's because of the ease and accessibility of being on student programs. It's also in response to parent concern about old traditional schooling where kids were carrying around for
Things are changing. We're going more to electronic textbooks, electronic resources.
So during the book adoption, there's fees associated with that, correct? For licensing for students?
For those resources, yes.
Okay.
after the adoption.
Yes.
There may be.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you, Sophie.
That's all my questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, like Alize, I'm not a numbers person. I'm thankful to my peers here who know numbers and have these conversations. But what I will say is, it is really important that that we budget. I do like the idea of budgeting and being prepared. I hope for the prepare for the worst. Let's hope for the best thinker, and I really agree with that kind of thinking, because at the end of the day, the hope is to, if we're in a really bad situation, to be able to at least support and maintain our staff, right?
Yes.
And so I just really want to say that and really appreciate the work that must go into doing all this and knowing all this information at the top of your head. So just thank you for everything that you're doing and getting this information and answering the questions.
Oh, you're welcome. But it's not just me. It's our
Well,
fiscal
you and
services
your
director,
team, yeah.
Yesenia
Yesenia,
Argueta.
I know.
Yes, and Denise, Magali, everyone. They all work very hard. And so I'm representing tonight the whole department, but they all do a fantastic job.
Thank you to all of them.
Thank you.
Is that just for the improvements in the mechanism or stadium as for
I'm sorry, which page are you looking at? And which document are you looking at? I've got about 4 documents here.
It's gonna be your,
Oh, okay.
page 5 out of 18.
Okay, I see it.
Oh, I'm page 5, sorry.
I'm sorry, which one are you looking at there?
6,200.
Oh, okay. Yes, basically, well, this goes for all of our facilities. Again, this is just under this particular goal, this particular action. We're just allocating that much for this particular part of the LCAP, but we do allocate money in other areas as well. So again, we'd have to go through and add up all the different areas together to get the total for our facilities.
Gotcha.
Thank you again, everybody, for the hard work and getting this preliminary together. It was a lot of work. And I know both of the concentration, numerous times on our budget situation. So thank you for the hard work and please, pass on the work that all of you are doing for our district and for our students.
Thank you.
This is a public hearing, so I am going to open it up to the public for any comments from the public. Do we have any? Online or in person? Any hands that are there?
No hands and
No hands, and we apologize. Our mics are having attitude. They go off on their own, but no questions at the moment.
Great, being seen that there are none, bring it back to the board for any additional comments. No?
there is a hand up.
Oh, you,
Sorry.
we do have a hand up.
We do have a hand up.
Sonia, is Jaramillo? Hold on, give us a quick second, Sonia. Okay, go ahead, you're on.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to comment on the budget. Thank you for being so conscientious and making sure that everything is budgeted for. Although I appreciate the comment from, I believe it was Mr. Ajon about the conferences and trainings. We also have to remember that unless we prepare our staff for the new things, we're always going to be out of compliance. And it's critical that we maintain our staff informed and up to date. So I believe that budgeting for professional development, conference and trainings is essential for the improvement and the goals that the district has for everyone. So it will eventually benefit the students because the information gained is always sent back to the students. It happens throughout the state. This is not just for Gonzales. Professional development and training is critical for being up to date with everything. So thank you for keeping every component in place and for the good presentation. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Ms. Jaramillo. Any other public comments?
I just want to clarify, I in no way advocated not getting the professional development that our staff needs and our kids, can benefit from. My only point was that when if web classes are available, that we should consider that. Maybe I wasn't clear, apologize for that, but yeah, thank you.
Thank you all. Okay,
Well, thank you all for your time and for your questions, and I'll be back in 2 weeks asking you to approve the budget. And you
Thank
can
you,
ask more
Dr.
questions again.
thank you. So moving on to item 12.3, the board will hold a public hearing on the local control and accountability plan, LCAP. Staff report, please. Hold on.
Yolanda Barba will be presenting, and Dr. Drake won't be going that far because there is a financial component to LCAP. So any questions that the board or the community might have, he'll be on hand to answer them. Ms. Barba? And if we can queue up our LCAP presentation.
Okay, good evening, everyone. I am Yolanda Barba from our Educational Services Department, and I'm going to be presenting our LCAP for 2021 to 2024. So the purpose of today is to provide information to you about the LCAP, present our district's LCAP draft, and solicit public feedback. Part of this presentation includes reviewing our previous LCAP goals, our progress data, and the feedback gathered from the stakeholder engagement process that informed the development of the drafted 21-24 LCAP document. So first, what is the LCAP? So the LCAP plan is a 3-year document that communicates to internal and external stakeholders how the district plans to provide services to students and include specific actions. So the goal is to provide equitable services to reduce disparities in student achievement of students, especially those of student subgroups such as our low income, migrant, McKinney-Vento, foster, English learners, and students with disabilities. So on this slide, we have an infographic that shows that the development of the LCAP starts with the end goal in mind. And then to support the achievement of these goals are a set of developed actions and design of services so that we realize our vision of student success. Goals, actions, and budgeted expenditures are the main components of our LCAP document. So 2021 is the new LCAP year, which means that it is the year to set new goals and develop a new 3-year plan. Within the next 3 years, we're required to annually analyze the extent to which we are achieving the desired results, celebrate our growth, and adjust our plan of actions to address the reoccurring or surfacing needs. So being a locally generated document, the development of the LCAP involves soliciting input and feedback from various stakeholders throughout this process. And so we So what goes into the LCAP? Okay.
And these priorities are divided into 3 overarching categories. All these priorities have to be addressed. Now we're going to visit our district LCAP goals for the 17, 18, 19, and 19. On this slide, we have goals 1 and 2, along with the state priorities that are being addressed by the board. Goal 1 covers the implementation of key standards, basic facilities, highly qualified teachers, providing high quality curriculum and instructional activities. While goal 3 covers the policies for your residents, access to post-secondary opportunities, including enrollment, aiding custody. Here we have goal 3, which includes providing students a positive school environment, building a school culture and having a school airport perspective, and goal 4 is engaging students in staff and this measure of progress for meeting these goals, the following metrics that you see here are utilized to align with the required local state. So on this slide, we have metrics that are related to goals 1, 2, 3, and 4. Based on our local state data, the district is substantially met for the last 3 outcomes, and our commitment of state services, communication standards, providing the students access to a broad course of study and engaging with our parents and staff. So here we have the dashboard data related to students with yellow. Data shown on the slide is extracted from the SAT state assessment that is administered to our students and shows our performance in the data. Related LCAP goals 1 and 2, this slide shows student data related to progress. Ms. Barbara, can we ask you to push the button because nobody can hear you? And so, I think at this point, when it goes off, just click it back on.
Okay.
Thank you.
So the feedback that was from our local service related to climate, parent engagement, and emerging themes from the focus group meeting discussions, all of the information received was then also synthesized in alignment to the 3 overarching LCAP components and the 8 priorities, and are the basis for us developing the 21-24 LCAP. So now we're going to take a look at the results of the stakeholder engagement process. So we had 3 different surveys, one for students, parents, and staff. The survey window went from February 22nd to April 16, so it was 53 days. We had 614 responses, 3rd to 12th grade, including students from the adult school. 65 responses from staff, certificated and classified. We had 82 responses from parents and a total of 761 survey responses. So the following are the survey results from parents, staff, and students with regards to pupil outcomes. I won't read the questions to you, but you can see the information. And then the following are the themes that emerged from the focus group discussions related to pupil outcomes. So the bigger the word, the more responses we got. And the next one just shows the same information in Spanish. So the following are the themes that emerged from the focus groups related to college and career readiness. Then the next one is in Spanish. Okay, so taking the feedback from the stakeholders on questions related to pupil outcomes, let's take a look at the drafted LCAP goals and actions. So on this slide, we have goal 1, the state priorities that are being addressed by the goals and the 3 overarching actions that fall under this goal. So goal 1 is focused on student achievement and providing the students of Gonzales quality teaching and learning experiences. So in fulfilling our duty and obligation to provide our students high quality, rigorous instruction, we need to provide students access to standards aligned instructional materials and ensure fidelity and implementation of the curriculum by providing our teachers professional development. So the actions under this goal also include maintaining our students' access to devices and connectivity and integrate the use. And in our duty and obligation to continue to have appropriately credentialed and qualified staff, an action is to address staff turnover. Okay, so on this slide, we have goal 2, the state priorities that are being addressed under the goal and the 3 overarching actions that fall under this goal. Outcomes to prepare them for post-secondary success. So outcomes, actions include in environments. And then the following are the themes that emerge from focus group discussions related to conditions for learning that will support high school. And then the following is in Spanish. For learning and fostering a school climate and culture that improves student engagement. So this goal also thinking approaches to student discipline and exploring alternatives to suspension. Intervention and mental health support. So here are the survey results related to engagement with parents, community, and staff. So here's another slide pertaining to the same information or the same topic.
That done, it mic goes off. It like the, like there it goes. Yeah.
So again, taking a look at the feedback that we received from the stakeholders related to engaging with parents, staff, and community as partners, our fourth and final goal was and so goal 4 is about having a collaborative partnership with parents and community agencies to support the district's initiatives in improving student outcomes. Of the 21 to 24 district LCAP goals and actions. On the district website, we have the full document available for review. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, make sure it's on. Okay, first off, thank you for your presentation. I can tell you put a lot of time and effort into it. I can confirm that the student board and UIC were part of one LCAP stakeholder meeting. And based on the goals discussed, I appreciate student input really being taken into consideration. While I do agree with all the goals, I really do think that there needs to be an emphasis on getting kids college ready. And I think that starts with rigor, like the rigorous courses. I know myself, I've taken quite a bit ranging from Cuevas' sports medicine class to Picardi's 17A, Asher's AP class. I think some kids might, not, they may not like it, but I think ultimately it'll get us ready for college. So, but thank you.
Yeah, let's say for your comment. So just to summarize, I'm just looking at the charts, a lot of charts. So this is from school years 2016, 2017, 2017, 2018, 2018, 2019. So that's the last 3 years, right? Yes. So in the last 3 years, we could say that ELA has declined, math has declined, EL has declined, suspension rate, it's progress on that one. CTE, there's progress. Graduation rate says there's a little progress, and the chronic absenteeism has been steady in those last 3 years. So that tells me ELA, math, EL, those are areas of concern.
So just a slight clarification, it is not the past 3 years, because we had an interruption in the educational system. So if you look at the specific dates, we do not know if in fact there's been growth since that time.
Right, but I think the only gap is in EL. In EL, school year 17 and 18, there's no data, but all the other ones, English language, math, there's actually data in all three. I'm looking at the charts as an example. I'm looking at page 11. That's where it has EL.
Correct. So I'm looking at slide 11, and it has school year 16, 17, school year 17, 18, school year 18, 19. So we've had school year 19, 20 and school year 2021, whose data is not included. So we're referring to something that is more, will be more than 2 years behind.
Yeah. Okay. True, but that's the only data we have, right?
That's correct.
To look at, and definitely, I mean, I wish we had more recent data, but I'm just saying those trends, even though they're a little bit dated, are of concern, especially because these are core subjects, ELA and math and science. I'm sorry, no offense to any other subjects, but that's the only thing we get tested on, right? Everything else, no test. Those are core subjects. Anyway, that's it.
So if I can add to that, Mr. Ione, the data that you see in fact corresponds with what WASC told us at the time. And there are other measurements that, while you are correct, core subjects carry the weight. The district is evaluated via the dashboard in other areas such as CTE classes. And I say that because every class on a secondary schedule does somehow impact the data and the results of the district. And it also corresponds to the grade data that the board had been asked to be reviewing at our secondary schools.
No, I don't have any questions. Thank you, Ms. Barba, for your detailed report.
My turn. Mrs. Barba, thank you for your report. The thing that stands out to me is the word stuff. And I appreciate the student feedback. I think it cries out for more college, more college, more college. I also appreciate the high expectations feedback. I think that I saw that pop up on a couple of the slides, and it's one of the brighter ones, bigger ones. And it just tells me that, the feedback given is we need to continue and we need to set those high expectations across the board, right? And so I really love the inclusion of the word. I don't know what this is called, word
Wordle.
doodle or something like that.
Wordle.
But I mean, there's charts and then there's the words that are used by not only our parents, but our staff and our students. And that really holds power. So appreciate the work that you and your team do on all of this. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Barba and your team. I also appreciate the visuals. It's just so much easier to understand all the visuals, the price. So thank you very much for all this information.
Thank you. Thank you again for all the hard work you and your team have put into this presentation. For our parents out there in particular, one of my goals as board president, but also even when I got elected to the board, was that I wanted to make sure that we engage our community, our parents, our families, right? In particular, thankful for goal number 4 in getting our parents involved. This is an area that I think if we can get all our families engaged and somehow, fill up this room, and even if we have to move the meetings to the gymnasium, we'll do whatever we need to do, but to make sure that our families, and especially the parents of all our students, are actively involved in the education of their young people. It's critical for the success of our district, but also more importantly, for the success of their own students. So again, I invite all our parents that are listening to us via our online broadcast team to please get involved, reach out to your principals, vice principals, counselors. And if they don't answer, reach out to the superintendent. She's there for you, always has an open door policy. So please make sure that you get involved or reach any one of us on the board.
Site council meetings.
Yes, the school site council meetings are critical for our parents to be involved. So I invite all of them to get involved. Any other questions? This is a public hearing, so opening into the public for any comments. Anybody with their hands up? Anybody here that wants to comment? Okay, perfect. So we do have somebody?
Mrs. Rodriguez is saying, thank you for inviting parents. Will all future board meetings continue to also be provided in Zoom? Oh. Sorry.
Okay. Sounds good. Well, this is a public hearing, so we're going to be it's open public so any comments, any questions people might have, you have an opportunity to bring your comments and suggestions to the district before we vote on them at our next board meeting.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to item number 13, recognitions. 13.1, acknowledgement of honors and awards. Staff report.
So this evening is a celebratory evening for us, although somewhat bittersweet. We're going to start by the board's request to recognize our student board members. So I'm going to ask the board president to stand up in the front, and I will bring a small memento of our appreciation for our student board members. So on behalf of the entire district, but also on behalf of your colleagues on the Board of Education, we have a small memento. And it reads as follows. Presented to Alize Ayala, Julissa Aldaco Ambriz, and Anissa Sandoval. Thank you for your dedication and service as student board representatives to the Gonzales Unified School District Governing Board for the 2020-21 school year.
Okay, congratulations. Well, on behalf of the board, we want to thank you for all the insight and good information you brought to the table for the discussion. You kept us on check. And, we wish you the very best as you pursue your higher education. Don't forget us. Come back to us every time you get an opportunity to bring back what you learned in college and how we can, better make the education of our students here better. Please come back to us. And hopefully you guys come back and get involved in our community here too. Do we have any other words of encouragement and wisdom from our board members? Again, thank you and congratulations.
Thank you, girl.
You're back.
I'm vaccinated. Yeah, we're vaccinated.
Smile.
Is this our first picture?
I know, no dijeron. Yes, that would be nice.
If the board can join us up front. Yeah. One more time.
Oh, one more? Okay. In the back, maybe your call. Let her call. Hey, there you go. There you go. Go to the ward. And we're gonna take a picture. Una, dos, tres. One, two, three. Perfect. All right, Awesome. Thank you so much for that. So moving on to.
I'm not finished.
You're not finished, sorry.
Okay. So continuing with our recognitions this evening, because it has been an unusual year, typically we would be recognizing our employees for their years of service between 5 and 20. Those employees will be honored at each of their sites. The sites have organized an event in which the employees will receive their pins for years of service. I won't read through all of the names, but I would like to highlight 2 of our teachers who in fact will be retiring. This is their last year as teachers within our district. The first is Ms. Ann Bauer, who is at La Gloria School. She has completed 22 years of service to the children of the community of Gonzales. So Ms. Bauer will be receiving a plaque tomorrow from Mr. Demick at La Gloria School. and it is engraved, presented to Ann Bauer in appreciation for her 22 years of dedicated service to the students and staff of the Gonzales Unified School District, presented this 8th day of June, 2021. And a round of applause for Ms. Bauer. And the second teacher that I would like to highlight is Susan Miller-Chakib. Ms. Miller-Chakib is at Fairview Middle School. She has given 16 years of service to the children of Gonzales, and her plaque reads as well, in appreciation of her 16 years of dedicated service to the students and staff of the Gonzales Unified School District, presented this 8th day of June 2021. I ask the board to join me in celebrating not only Ms. Bauer and Ms. Miller-Chakib, but also our employees at La Gloria, Fairview, Gonzales High School, District Office, MOT, Nutritional Services, and Tech Department in recognition of their combined service of over 250 years.
Oh, yes, I wanted to make a comment for Miss Ann Bauer. She was a teacher of both of my kids in the same grade, fifth grade. The patient, she was always very kind, very patient, communicated. As you know, as a parent, I had a great experience with her, and she will surely be missed. I'm glad I don't have a third, or else we'd miss her more. But thank you, Ms. Bauer, for your years of service, and also for my kids. It was greatly appreciated.
Thank you. Anybody else?
I just want, Ms. Miller, I was, well, both were colleagues, but during my student teaching, I did some practicum hours with Ms. Miller. And Ms. Miller, for those of you who don't know, worked with our EL students at Fairview.
Celeste, your phone, I'm sorry, your microphone.
No, it's on.
No, but you need to put close to your mouth because they can't.
Ms. Miller has such a dedication to our students. Her commute is not a short time as well. So her ongoing dedication to the students encouraged me. She was a great mentor, and I enjoyed working with her, and I know she's going to miss her students, but she is definitely an asset to this district that is going to be missed greatly. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you all. And thank you again. Okay, so we're going to go ahead, moving on to item number 14, communications. 14.1, California School Employees Association, CSEA report. Do we have any representatives from them? It doesn't.
Yes.
We do?
Yes.
Hey, so, Ms. Pineda, you're on. Go ahead.
Good evening, Board President Lopez, Superintendent Irving, members of the board. CSEA report, we met briefly today for working on an MOU for summer pay. We did not finalize it. We're hoping to finalize it on Thursday. That's when we meet again. And hoping to start reopeners soon for the 2021-2022 school year. That's my report.
Thank you so much for your report.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
You too.
Item number 14.2, Gonzales Youth Commissioners report.
Good evening, board members, student board members, superintendent, and community members. On behalf of the GYC seniors, we would like to give a huge thanks to the Sober Grad Parent Committee and all other entities who helped put together our senior BBQ that took place yesterday. It was great to see all of our peers together, having fun and sharing some of our last high school memories. Aiden and I would also like to share that we were presented with the opportunity to be speakers on the National Academies of Science, Engineering, and Medicine Roundtable for Civic Engagement and Health Equity Workshop on June 14th at 11:30 a.m. We'll be covering some of the work that the GYC has done, as well as our collaborations with the city and the school district. They will be streaming this roundtable on the NASEM webpage, and hopefully we will also be able to share this information on our social media page if anyone is interested in watching it. And I will now pass it on to Aiden for the second half of our report. Have a great rest of your evening.
Hi, everyone. For the second part of the report, we just wanted to announce that we have 2 potential candidates for the new youth commissioner positions for next year, since me and Magali will be leaving and heading off to college this fall. We've identified 2. They have to go through a process of certain applications and interviews. And if everything goes as planned, you'll have 2 new youth commissioners by the end of this month or early next. So we just want to let you guys know. Thank you for everything. And I believe, our last meeting as officially as youth commissioners will be sometime this month. So we're excited to go off in our endeavors, and we want to thank everyone and wish you guys a healthy and safe rest of your week.
Thank you. Moving on to item 14.3, student board member report. Great. Sure.
Yeah, we're just waiting for her to get this started. Okay, yeah, there we go. So hello, community members, hello to all. So as we've been talking about for the last couple of months, we wanted to go ahead and send a survey to our 8th graders to assess how they feel coming in to high school, because we definitely feel that it's a big transition, it's important. So on Thursday, we sent out a 5-question survey. It took probably less than a minute to all of our 8th graders, and we kept it open from Thursday at 6 p.m. to about Sunday at 6 p.m. We sent 3 emails in total just to remind them, and I think we got 65 responses exact. Not what we hoped for, but not too bad either. So with that being said, we'll go ahead and present the data.
So starting off with our first question, the first question was, how excited are you to be entering high school? So 18.5% of the students answered very excited. 41.5% of the students answered somewhat excited. 38.5% of the students answered, I don't know how I feel yet. And 1.5% of the students answered not excited at all.
Moving on to our second question, we asked, do you feel you are prepared to enter high school? We had 13 students that said yes, they do feel prepared. We had 5 students that said no, and we had 47 students that said they somewhat feel prepared.
Our next question was, what area do you feel most academically strong in? 16 students answered math, 11 students answered science, 16 students answered language, 16 students answered history, 3 students answered art, 1 student answered it depends, 1 student answered Spanish, and another student answered Spanish/art.
Moving on to our fourth question, we asked, which area do you feel most academically weak in? We had 36 students, which was the majority, that answered math. We had 13 students that answered science. We had 11 students that selected language. We had 2 students that answered history. We had 1 student that answered art. 1 student answered that they did not know. And we had 1 very confident student that answered none.
Our next question was, what aspect of high school are you looking forward to the most? 9 students said meeting new people. 21 students said playing sports. 3 students said joining clubs and extracurriculars. 7 students said learning new material. 13 students said the opportunity to take new classes. 9 students said events such as dances and rallies. 1 student said having a new start. Another student said NA. And the last student said cooking class.
So like I said, our survey was very short. So now we're going to go ahead and open it up for any questions, comments, concerns.
Mr. Ayon?
I recommend we talk to the one that wanted to cut class to maybe advise them, or her, I don't know. Anyway, no, thank you for your work. It's good to know that these kids, I think the majority are looking forward to attending. the high school. There's a lot to do here, a lot more than Fairview. Hopefully they take full advantage of that, taking classes, AP classes, after-school programs. There's a lot for them to do, and hopefully they have a great time in the next 4 years.
Thank you. Ms. Celeste?
The only question I have for you assessing this, how do you think we could have gotten more student engagement?
I did not have the answer to that. I know that we definitely did, we touched base with our superintendent about sending it, and we did come to contact with Mr. Malagon, who said he would share the survey with the teachers. I think maybe probably making it, at least in my terms of high school experience, we get more survey answers when a teacher kind of requires it or like puts as extra credit, like, hey, fill out the survey, you get 5 extra credit, or hey, this is an assignment. So I think maybe that could have definitely helped, but to the teacher's point, we did kind of send like a little last minute, so yeah.
No, just for, because you wanted more responses, so, you know, part of doing this process is saying, how can we improve it? So knowing that, that's great to know.
Thank you. Ms. Flores?
Good job, guys. I found it interesting that you were 24% math in the strongest and then 50% math in weakness. And so it's good that the larger number is considered as the strongest. But it's also good to see, okay, we still need to work on the math area, but I think it's a great start. And I think you really set the foundation for what the future board members can do when it comes to surveying. I appreciate the inclusion of the 8th graders and their opinions. I think it's important that sometimes, you know, the 8th graders may not get a voice and a chance to speak on what it's going to be like for them coming, or what it feels like for them coming to high school. So just on that in itself, I really appreciate the effort and the acknowledgement that 8th graders also do have an opinion. So thank you so much for the work on the survey.
Ms. Cuevas?
Yes, thank you, girls. I do have an 8th grader, and I did see him take the survey, so he's one of the few. And he is very, very nervous. So is there any advice that you can give to these kiddos who are feeling somewhat nervous?
Yeah, as an outgoing senior, I'll go ahead and say something. High school is what you make of it. Obviously, at first, it is definitely nerve-wracking. I can say that you don't keep in contact with a lot of the people that you would at Fairview. It's bigger, more grades, but it's such a fun experience. I'd rate, you know, my time here 10 out of 10. Get involved in as much clubs, sports, extracurriculars, build those new connections with people, because it's going to pay off and it's going to take you a long ways. So.
And for the kiddos who feel like they're somewhat prepared for high school, what would you recommend for them?
For those that feel somewhat prepared, I would definitely, yeah, that is a good question. I don't think you'll ever really be prepared for high school. It's one of those things where you have to step in, you know, that first month and see. Yeah, you have to do your part. Like I said, build those connections. And if anyone ever wants to reach out, I will always be available, as well as myself and Anissa. And all the upperclassmen here are usually super welcoming. So, yeah. And our link crew as well. Link crew, as part of ASB, does mentor freshmen. All freshmen do get put on a list to be mentored, so use your mentor wisely.
Thank you again. And also, you know, this is a lot of good information, a lot of good data that can, you know, be applied to our LCAP goals. So I'm sure, you know, this is good information to hear back from our students as to where the needs are and how we can better provide those resources to help them. This is important information. So thank you for doing this hard work of reaching out to our young people and getting them to participate in their education. Also, you know, an area that maybe they can help is developing a summer reading list or something. I think important, you know, developing a reading list and developing their reading ability is an important part of education. So I don't know if you guys have a list that you can recommend our future students, but maybe we can start that, you know, this summer and keep growing that list in future years. Because I think once you get to college, you're going to find out that a lot of it is reading. So thank you again for that. Superintendent, any other comments?
So actually, the girls are going to continue with a presentation, and I think that that will provide a little bit additional information in terms of their completion of this year.
Okay, so it had came to my attention that essentially we were the first student elected student board, and we definitely know that that was a big, it was a big experience, a big role to take on. So we present to you our year in review. Jalissa Aldalco is here in spirit. She's working, guys, so she has a really great excuse. But yeah, me and Nisa are going to go ahead and present this. So if we can go to the next slide, please.
Okay, so board meetings during our time. So our official board meetings as a student board members was on September 22nd, 2020, and today marks our last. During that span, we were present at all board meetings, and if we were mistaken, that equals to a total of 14 reports. We also attended multiple special board meetings throughout that year.
Go to the next slide, please. So as student board members, we were very fortunate enough to experience a handful of opportunities. As you can see, this included a 3-day CSBA student board member program, a mental health training, an LCAP stakeholder meeting, a facilities naming committee that I was fortunate to be a part of. We conducted 3 surveys, including the one that we just presented, and we also had constant collaboration with our fabulous GYC. And we also were very fortunate enough to establish relationship with our board members and our superintendent, as we met with all of them at least twice throughout the school year.
So the next slide is what we would like to see in the future. Although we enjoyed our time on the board, we would like to see 3 key things for the future board members. First, we would like to see an official student board bylaws that would establish the rules and the do's and don'ts that protect student representatives. Second, we would like the future student board members to meet with our district employees such as MOT, nutritional services, and others to get a better understanding on how the district works. Lastly, we think that the student board members, with the approval of the district, of course, should maybe have a Twitter, podcast, a YouTube, or anything like that to get more information accessible for our students.
And our last slide. Yes, thank you to all for the support. We have quite a few thank yous to issue out. To our fellow students, without you, we wouldn't be in this position. We hope that you feel that we represented you well enough, and it was truly our pleasure to report on your behalf. To the community, thank you for your words of encouragement and positivity. It made us feel great to see your comments at every single board meeting. To the teachers and all staff, we hope we made you guys as proud as you made the 3 of us. We also appreciate your support. I cannot count the amount of times I received a text or an email or even had an in-person conversation about how great our report was. To our GYC, thank you, Magali and Aiden, for your constant collaboration. I'm so excited to see where your future endeavors take you. To Anissa and Jalissa, you guys are amazing people, and I couldn't have asked for a better team. I said it once and I'll say it again, Gonzales is in great hands with students like them. To Sophia Ramirez, thank you so much for your patience and understanding. You always scheduled all of our meetings with the superintendent, which we know could cause you a bit of a headache given the amount of times we had to reschedule. To Ms. Irving, thank you for taking the time to meet with us every month. It is a great feeling to know that our superintendent was by our side every step of the way. We look forward to seeing the district's future with you as our leader. Board President Lopez, thank you for your excitement when it comes to our education. Your reminder that we are the consumers of everything that the district does will hopefully carry on and ring true for future generations. Board Member Cuevas, you have done nothing but support and offer us kindness throughout our term. Thank you for truly being a pillar of support. Board Member Ayon, thank you for your eagerness to improve different aspects of the district and also for your guidance. We appreciate you taking the time to really ensure that us students felt our needs were being met. Board Member Daniel, your experience as an educator yourself gives you this ability to truly understand a student's perspective, which was truly appreciated by us. We're excited for your future of representing this district. And last but certainly not least, Board Member Flores. A thank you is not enough to convey our appreciation for you. We came into this position with a lack of understanding, you could say, and with you, we've come into our own. Since October, you've made sure to maintain contact with us on a week-to-week basis and have done your best to make sure we always felt comfortable. The best part about our relationship is we know that you don't just care for us as student board members, but you care for us as people. We're lucky to have someone like you, as well as our other board members by our side. So thank you all very much. That concludes our report.
All of this.
Can we just end there? Yeah.
Thank you again. Thank you. Thank you. This is such a wonderful gift.
Right to my heart.
Ah. All right, so 14.4 Gonzales High School report.
I am so happy Mr. Soriano is following them and not me.
Good evening, board members, Assistant Superintendent Irving, faculty, staff, parents, guardians, and our awesome students. Just to go over some quick kudos here. If you don't know it, there's going to be 2 live graduations this Saturday. So be there, be square. Check our school's website and marquee. And once again, congrats to the class of 2020-21. Ms. Irving, in January, we were talking about this. We're like, oh man, we're gonna do another drive-through. It's gonna be like 6 or 7. It's gonna be a long day, but this will be my first one, and I can't wait. And I know Mott's is out there on the field. It's looking great. So it's gonna be like this, like Christmas Day, open up your presents. So it's awesome. Kudos to all our senior award night recipients. The link is on the YouTube, so check it out when you get the chance. And congrats to those who received scholarship monies. And it was put together by our AD, Miss Margie Daniels. So Margie, you're out there, you rock. A big thank you to Miss Rodriguez on our 12th grade outings to Great America. We had about a little over 100 who attended. And I checked in and all I heard was, and that's okay. You're having a good time. Be safe. Once again, awesome. Thanks to our student scholar athletes who participated in cross country, tennis, wrestling, which is conditioning only, softball, baseball, track and field. And by the way, we have regions, and I believe it's in Soquel, I believe. I'm not sure. Check our marquee. And we have about 9 scholar athletes who have moved on to the regionals out there. It's on graduation day, so they'll be the first to go at 10, and then they're off. And we wish them the best. So, Ms. Daniels, once again, thank you. If you don't know it, we're going to be rocking this place on Friday between 6 and 10, and our prom. So I can't wait. And then of course Saturday we have our graduations. Big thank you to Miss Asher and really organizing this and setting the ball. Believe me, I was like, go for it. And so she was awesome. So thank you. A big thanks to our sober grad parents for their organizing of our senior barbecue the other day. It was great to see about 190 barbecuing, burgers, cheeseburgers. That's all the cheeseburgers, salads out there, beverages, raffle prizes. And I know our students well deserve, and it was great to just see our staff out there, faculty out there sitting down with them. So that was awesome. And one last thing. So the graduating class of 2020-21, and thanks to the board for this, Mike and I were moving quick. You will be receiving lawn signs commemorating your sons and daughters' achievement. Our guys said Thursday, Friday. So if you see me on your lawn Monday, Tuesday next week, please don't throw anything or call the police, okay, Mr. Capo and I. So once again, thank you. And our staff recognition anniversary for your recognition. We'll be planning on something on that. So thank you. Hello. I hope Saturday's a lot better than this, boss. No, I'm just joking. Okay, thank you.
Let me know if you need help passing out those lawn signs.
Yeah, let us
Yeah.
know and we'll come out and help.
I'll help. We did that last year, so.
Yeah, because we did it last year, so we'll be happy to,
Yeah.
just,
Put
we
on
need
my
to know
walking
what the
shoes.
schedule is, all right? Okay, perfect, thank you. 14.5, superintendent's report.
So my superintendent's report this evening is going to be brief because as we go to my typical start, talking about COVID, the community may be aware that we are now in the yellow tier. And I couldn't figure out how to put the fireworks exploding or the balloons floating, but this is the last COVID report you'll receive because as of our next board meeting, there will be no more tier system. And so this aspect will be finished. There are a couple of changes, though, that everyone should be aware of with the new guidance. And so I'm going to have Sophia transition. So there are a couple of things that will be changing here within the district. And it will be a fluid change because there will be changes occurring as of June 15th. There will be changes occurring as of July 31st, and there will be changes occurring right before we return to school. I want to acknowledge the comment that Board Member Ione made regarding hybrid education next year. The California Department of Education has notified us that the legislature and the governor are looking at a program which will require in-school attendance, similar to what we had pre-COVID. And any parent or student that would like to exercise the option of learning from home would then participate in what will be a revamped independent study program. And that will be for all districts statewide. But here at home and within the district, you will see that face coverings will still be used within the school setting. There will be times where employees will remove their face coverings, and that's allowable when employees have been vaccinated. In the district office, you will see that one half of our building, at times, no employee will have a mask on, while in the other side of the building, they will. That's because the employees that have not been vaccinated have the option of wearing face coverings, and those employees that have, it's a continuing preventative measure just to make sure that there are no flare-ups of COVID. The physical distancing as of July 31st will also be eliminated. And at that point in time, employers, including the district, can eliminate not only the distancing requirement, but also the partition and barriers that you see, some of the acrylic panels, et cetera. One of the other things that is changing is that if in fact we as employees have been vaccinated or our students have been vaccinated and they are in contact with a COVID-19 exposure, there is no longer a mandatory requirement that they quarantine. In addition, the language around exposure within a classroom or within the district itself will be changing to align with the Department of Health requirements. One of the things that we are learning is if there is an identified case of COVID-19 in a classroom, the district is not compelled to isolate the entire classroom because there are clear delineations in terms of what it means to be exposed, and that includes a physical radius and a designated length of time. One of the newest points that has not been discussed internally or with our bargaining units yet, because we are waiting for additional clarification, is employers will be required to have documentation showing that a person is fully vaccinated. An employee can decline to state based on health or religious reasons, but in fact, legislation now supports the district being able to ask an employee's status. COVID prevention training will continue to evolve as we enter the new school year. And we will also continue to look at providing testing for our non-vaccinated employees. We do not know if that will be continued via our Thursday testing, which occurs here on the GHS site, or if it will be through another educational partner, or in fact, if it will be via in-house rapid testing based on the COVID kits that we have purchased. But this evening, the focus is on our transition out of the COVID tier system. It is focusing on returning to full in-school instruction for our students come August. And at our final board meeting on June 22nd, I'll update you on some final tallies around the situation, not only in our handling of the pandemic, but some ending data specific to our district and sites. And that should conclude the superintendent's report.
Thank you so much for your update. Thank you. So moving on to action items, or hold on, do we have any questions? We want clarifications? Mr. Ayon?
Thank you. So as of July 31st, distancing requirements are eliminated. Does that mean the classes go back to normal seating?
That means we return to the number of students as outlined in our collective bargaining agreement.
Which was normal seating, I guess.
Normal seating.
Yeah.
It depends on the class. It also, MOT is working to accommodate specific teacher requests. So we have had teachers that in fact have had furniture they had pre-COVID now cleared out of their classroom, which has allowed us to provide greater space, and we'll be able to maintain that.
And summer school, when does that begin?
Summer school begins June 14th.
On Monday.
June 14th.
So the transition is going to occur during summer school?
One of the transitions will, but the basic piece of summer school is that students and staff will all still remain with masks. And we had already agreed with GTA as to a cap for our summer school classes, and the district is honoring that agreement.
Oh, okay. So
Yes.
that's not going to change the kids' classroom?
No,
Yeah.
and I have to add that it's not only because we were within physical distancing, but the board had said to do whatever we could do to address the learning loss. And so we have intentionally reduced class sizes to increase the interaction, the instructional interaction between teacher and students.
Great. And last question, summer school is 6 weeks?
6 weeks, 4 days a week.
Okay. And we still have capacity?
We still have capacity.
So I encourage all our kids that need additional help to take advantage of summer school. Keep yourself busy, both actively and with your brain. It could only help you.
And if I can add it, and it will also be fun.
Yes, that's important too.
Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa, do you have any questions that you wanted to?
Okay, no questions. I'm just super excited that there will be no more COVID metrics for you to report. Although I am on my way out, I'm hopeful that the next year senior class will get a full-on normalcy.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Daniels?
Mine was about summer school, and Cesar already asked
Took
if
the
it was
ton.
going to affect the capacity of summer, if we would be able to increase or whatever that would be looking at regarding summer school, but you already
Thank you.
answered that.
Ms. Flores?
No, just. No questions, just, with the COVID guideline change, these are upcoming changes after 31st.
Correct. There are some changes that occur June 15th, and that includes the stepping back from the tier system.
And with these changes, these upcoming changes, does that have to go through bargaining?
No, actually returning to the collective bargaining agreement doesn't have to go through bargaining, but there are implications for bargaining whenever it impacts working conditions.
Okay. And then there was a question, will employees be mandated to be vaccinated?
We will not mandate vaccination, but what the legislation is stating is that we can require to know if an employee has been vaccinated.
Can.
Yes.
Okay, well, thank you then.
Thank you. Ms. Cuevas? Yeah. Thank you, Superintendent, for your report. Moving on to action items. Item number 15.1 has been moved to the future board meeting. 15.2 classified personnel assignment order number 20-21-23 to grant the leave of absence without pay for Hector Celaya, bus driver, effective June 11, 2021 through June 10, 2022. Staff report.
No staff
Oh, no,
report.
okay. So public comment, bring it. Okay, so this is, okay.
These are,
Action
yeah,
items.
these are personnel action items, no public
So
comment.
it's just board action. Can I get a, action? It's been moved by Ms. Cuevas, second by
Second, Daniel?
Ms. Daniels. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Passes with unanimous consent. Number 15.3, classified personnel assignment order number 20-21-4 to grant the leave of absence without pay for Hector Celaya, mail clerk, effective May 10, 2021 through June 10, 2022. Again, may I get a motion?
Move, Cueva?
It's been moved by Ms. Cuevas, second by
Second,
Ms.
Daniel?
Ms. Daniels. All those in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Passes with unanimous consent. Item number 15.4, memorandum of understanding between the Gonzales Teachers Association and Gonzales Unified School District for enhanced summer pay rate for the 2021 summer program.
I believe that this is a routine adjustment to the MOU that we've already talked about regarding giving our teaching staff a rate of pay that is not reflected in the bargaining agreement.
Okay.
So we are paying our staff $100 an hour to teach our summer program.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you. Can I get a motion, please?
Motion, Daniel?
It's been moved by Ms. Daniels, second by Ms. Cuevas. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Passes with unanimous consent. 15.5, Association of Latino Administrators and Superintendents, annual membership for the Gonzales High School Assistant Principal Miguel Ocampo and the Gloria Elementary School Assistant Principal Diana Dietrich.
So can I add some clarifying language to this?
Sure.
So the membership is actually to enable us to receive a discounted rate on professional development. And there is a Principals Academy for future leaders of Hispanic serving institutions, and Gonzales Unified is designated a Hispanic serving institution because of our 97% Latino population. So it should have additional wording which talks about the membership being enabling us to receive a lower professional development rate.
And it's the same kind of like how NALEO works, right? Yeah.
NALEO, CASBO, AXA, all
All
of
of
our professional organizations.
Once you're a member, then you get the membership discount for
Correct.
anybody within the institution to attend their
Correct.
workshops. Okay, great. So can I get a motion? Oh, hold on.
We have definitely more to do.
But he's not an aspiring principal. So this is specifically for assistant principals or co-administrators to prepare them for a future principalship. And it aligns with the board's desire of succession planning and preparing our current employees to remain in the district.
We're good? Okay, great. So can I get a motion? Moved by Ms. Flores, second by Ms. Cuevas. All those in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Passes with unanimous consent. Item number 15.6, adult education courses to be offered in the 2021-2022 school year. Can I get a motion? Been moved by Ms. Flores, second by Mr. Ayon. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Passes with unanimous consent. Item 15.7, Gonzales Adult School Calendar for the 2021-2022 academic year. Can I get a motion? Moved by Ms. Flores, second by
Daniel?
Ms. Daniels. All those in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Passes with unanimous consent. 15.8, to ratify the listed contracts entered into by the superintendent on behalf of the district as per board policy 3312 as of June 3rd, 2021. Can I get a motion, please? Second by? So it's been moved by Ms. Flores, second by Ms. Cuevas. All those in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? None? Passes with unanimous consent? Thank you. 15.9, revision to the Parent Engagement and Community Involvement Specialist job description. Oh, it's been moved by Ms. Flores, second by?
I have,
Oh, wait, you have a comment?
yes.
Okay, go
So
ahead.
I do like the changes. My still concern is that the qualifications for this is a leadership role with no degree. And we're asking somebody to work with our teachers, to engage our parents. And I think you need experience either in the classroom or in the education setting to have that experience. If we're going to be having somebody work with our parents, to engage our parents, that is my concern. And I would like to see that instead of the degree desired but required.
I'm not in agreement with that. I think that we have staff right now that work with teachers and work with parents that don't have college degrees and do a really good job with that. The amount of work that this position takes is honorable. I do think that as a district, we have needed this position for a long time, and the degree is not going to qualify you to make connections, not just with the teachers, but with parents. And what I really appreciate about this position is that it's working with parents to help parents engage in the school system, understanding the school system. And there are parents out there and there are community members out there who do an amazing job now, and they don't have college degrees. Some don't even have high school degrees. And they do a really good job at trying to engage the families in their children's education. So I don't think it necessarily requires a degree. I like that it's desirable. I don't think it needs to be required, because there are people who can do this job, have connections already in our community, who can really connect with parents and help them engage with teachers and staff and administrators. That's more of an ability to build rapport, an ability to have courage and bravery and trust, so that parents can feel like they can turn to this person and ask for help. Because there are a lot of parents in our community whose children go to the school that do not feel they know who to go to when they need to ask about, how do I get an IEP for my child? Who do I talk to when I have a concern about bullying? Can I ask this question? Where can I speak this opinion? I mean, those are some really basic questions that parents ask, and they don't know who to go to. And teachers are already overwhelmed as it is. And so this really alleviates that, because it puts a responsibility on whoever is going to take this job. It puts that responsibility on connecting them. And that doesn't, in my opinion, it doesn't require a degree to do that. It requires the ability and the commitment and dedication to do it.
So just to clarify, in no way, shape, or form am I saying that there's not a need. I do see the need, but when you're asking somebody to lead self-development, lead certain planning, I think for those instances, you need to have the qualifications for that you're going to get with an education and the experience for that in a school system.
Maybe, but I also think there could be PD, professional development training. There's also an opportunity for someone in this position to maybe go to college, go to Hartnell. I mean, even if you had an AA, or obtain an AA, that would really encourage someone in this position to take on that role. But we do have a lot of trainings available to really teach some of the basic things that one needs to know. I don't know where you lost me at, but I think there is PD and there are trainings out there that we can provide this person, that we would provide this person anyways, if they had a bachelor's or not. I mean, it really is how well are we going to train them, more so than the degree they have. Because when you require a degree, you set a limitation on who's going to be able to apply. And I'm sure there's a lot of people who look at this position and say, I can do this. I can do this job, but they don't have a bachelor's. I just think it's limiting who is going to be available for the working with the parents that are in such dire need of engaging with the district.
But when we're talking about training, now we're investing more money into bringing somebody in who's not trained. So we have to invest money into the training after the fact, instead of having somebody who is trained because of the education background that can come in and hit the ground running.
Yeah, but
May I add to that conversation though? Because we in fact provide professional development to our teachers by people who do not have college degrees, but in fact have experience. So case in point would be, we have migrant education staff that models for our teachers depending on different subject areas because of their experience in migrant. Regrettably, we have the Monterey Bay Rape Crisis Center who deals with human trafficking victims, and it's the human trafficking victims that do not have college degrees, but they have the experience to share and to identify and illuminate those issues that they've experienced. I think most recently, the example that I would say we're trying to emulate is at the last board meeting, you had Maria Flores and Guillermina Flores, who had been hired by the city of Gonzales to go out and work with the community to engage them and to overcome the fears around vaccinations, around testing with COVID-19. And it's that type of strategy that the district is looking for in terms of being able to really reach out and connect with the parents that are utilizing our services. This is not going to be heavily invested in teacher training. This is going to be heavily invested in terms of working directly with the community and overcoming some of the perceived obstacles of them really engaging with the school system.
Thank you for that clarification.
And did I see correctly that that position got a pay cut?
Yes, because it was my
So
understanding.
it already went down, got cut down by like $20,000. And so, right?
That was my understanding, that if in fact it did not have a bachelor's degree required, that the accompanying pay would need to be reduced.
Yeah, so I think with that pay alone, with that pay cut alone, I think that you saved $20,000 in justifying the investment or the money that goes into that position. But I do believe that you're giving the opportunity, you're allowing the position to reach out to more people who look at the position and feel that they can do this work when you do not require the bachelor's. Because the degree doesn't necessarily mean you can do the work. And if it's not desired, but to put required really puts limitations on who we can hire and who's going to go for the position.
Ms. Cuevas, you wanted to add additional?
Thank you. I looked into similar positions, but I only found district-wide, and it did say degree desired. It didn't say that that's what they needed. They all said desired. So I appreciate the pay cut for that qualification. That's my only comment.
Okay, thank
That's
you.
all I wanted to say.
Anybody else? No? Okay. Mr. Ayon, you have a comment? Or-
Yeah, I think, I don't personally, but I think so. Very, very fine. And adopted, for sure. Sorry. I think on my issue is, or not issue, but I guess recommendation, it's more semantics. I agree, Araceli, with, we don't want to exclude anybody. For sure, anybody that's qualified, I don't think we should, shouldn't be excluded. But on the degree, I would say at least preferred, at least that way we have a preference, right? And, I'm not saying that if somebody has a degree and then another person has all this experience, that they shouldn't be considered. But I think it is, it's a pay cut, but the salary never existed. We were just talking about it. So it's really not a pay cut. It's just a reduction.
But you know what I mean by that.
I know what you mean, but I'm just saying it was never established. So, so I think that's my suggestion, to say preferred, because I do agree with Celeste that if somebody does have a degree, chances are, and experience in education, they are, aware of LCAP and of ADA and of all these terms that, unless you're in the education field or maybe you wouldn't be as involved. So that's my point.
I know a handful of parents who know about LCAP and school language, and they're not in education, you know what I mean? They're parents who do their research and Google terms and whatever it is that they do. I have met parents who school me on what LCAP is and reading the budget. I think when you say preferred, it is, use whatever, words matter, right? And preferred versus desired versus required is gonna attract people. And if I just have a high school diploma and I feel like, you know what, I would do really good at this position, but they would prefer a bachelor's over someone like me, is a deterrent. And I don't think that's fair. And I don't think it's something that we should do. We shouldn't deter people who feel like they can do this job and meet the requirements and interview well. We should deter them because we decided to use a specific language. I think desired is fine. I think it lets them know we would desire it, but it's not something you have to have. And we won't look at you different because we would prefer it. You know what I mean? Like if we prefer it, we're preferring that over something else. That's a word that matters, right? That could be seen as like oh, well, that is going to be better than me.
I feel like desired and preferred would be similar, actually.
Desired is something that you would like, and preferred is something that you would like more. And I don't think those equate. I don't think those are equal terms.
Okay, well, thank you, everybody, for your comments on this. Is this, are we gonna go ahead and, can I get a motion on moving forward for this one? And then we'll vote, and if it doesn't come out as a positive, we can try to bring it again in the future.
Can
So-
we have further discussion on the qualifications then? Maybe bring it back.
So table it again and then have it bring back in the future?
Further discussions on qualifications as far as what?
The word desired and preferred.
Really?
Are
You
you
want to
saying-
hold off on this position because of one
We
word?
need, I'm,
Well, that one word is pretty important. You don't like.
Preferred? I like desired. Desired is on there. I don't know why we can't just
Well, I
agree on
think
desired
when
and
I
move and open this position up and start looking for people qualified for this position.
So when I was looking at the qualifications for the district-wide, it was preferred.
Okay,
So that's why I would say.
it is what it is. I don't think we should hold off on this position over a word. I'm just stating my opinion on the fact that if you want to put preferred, know that it's when you read it and you're only a high school with some college experience, some community college, that you are saying, we would prefer this over this. And that makes someone looking for a job feel a certain way, and we would miss out on possibly hiring someone who would do amazing work.
and remember, again, we're trying to hire someone within the local community.
That would be,
That
that
can
would be
connect with the people
We
here.
have a lot of college
Okay.
graduates in the local community. A lot.
and they can apply. We're not
They can
deterring that. But we're not deterring that, but don't deter other people who do not have a college degree from applying, who can also do the work.
All right.
But if preferred, you themselves, yeah. Yeah, I
Okay.
think saying preferred is that if we have somebody who has the education, then that's gonna be preferred over not. And like Cesar said, the only person who's gonna deter somebody is themselves from applying.
Yeah,
for
because
something.
someone who doesn't have a degree and can do the job is gonna feel self-confident and self-conscious about having to compete with someone with a degree.
Well,
So-
here you have to
Okay,
be
we
strong
need
in your
to-
interpersonal skills to communicate with people. so-
We do have a comment from, Superintendent and.
Those are just my thoughts. I'll be done on that one.
Okay, so I would like to ask and clarify I would like the board to consider moving the item forward with the contingency that we change desired to preferred. I'd also like to be on record that we do have many residents in the community of Gonzales that have a bachelor's, but will not take a position at a $41,000 a year salary with a bachelor's degree.
But that's why it would say preferred. So we can welcome.
No,
You don't understand it, do you?
okay, no, someone with
Okay.
a bachelor's not gonna come work for $42,000 a year,
It's
right?
it's 41 plus benefits. That makes a difference.
That's not a livable wage. Not after.
All right, so are we gonna move forward with this or not?
Take the vote.
Okay, so Ms. Flores,
Contingency, with contingency of changing the word from desired
to prefer. Okay, so can I get a motion?
Move.
Been moved by Ms. Cueva, second by? Mr. Ayona, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I reluctantly.
So it passes with unanimous consent with comments to the
With a
vote.
modification in
Yes.
the word. Yes.
Thank you. Item 15.10, revision of the classified management confidential salary schedule effective July 1st, 2021.
This reflects the 41,715 starting salary.
Great, perfect. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Ayon, second by? Ms. Cuevas, all those in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Passes with unanimous consent. 15.11, to open one parent engagement and community involvement specialist position, which we just approved. Can I get a motion, please? Moved by Mr. Ayon, second by Ms. Flores. All those in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Passes with unanimous consent. Thank you. Moving on to consent, number 16, consent agenda items listed under the consent agenda are considered to be routine and are acted on by the Board of Trustees in one motion. There is no discussion of these items prior to the board action unless a member of the board, staff, or public requests specific items to be discussed and are removed from the consent agenda. It is understood that the administration recommends approval on all consent items. Each item on the consent agenda approved by the Board of Trustees shall be deemed to have been considered in full and adopted and recommended. At this time, these are items 16.1, 16.2. Should I read each title, Superintendent? No.
No.
16.3 and 16.4. Well, till 16.16. So can I get a motion for consent agenda items?
So move, Araceli.
It's been moved by Ms. Flores, second by Ms. Celeste Daniels. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Passes with unanimous consent. Moving on to governing board comments, 7.1, governing team comments. Alice.
Yeah, I have a few things to address that I left out in our presentation. First and foremost, I would like to thank the Sober Grad parents. The Sober Grad parents for the barbecue. It was definitely a great time. I was so happy to be able to see a majority of my classmates, given the fact that there is two separate ceremonies. I think that's one of our last large gatherings as a class. In terms of the AP exams, I know a lot of them took place last week. If I'm not mistaken, we offered 4, maybe 5. Thank you to I had Miss Moncetta for both AP tests, and I know she's an active member in our community. So thank you for your encouragement and sticking it out with us. But on that note, I would definitely like to say that a lot of AP government students did not feel prepared. I know that the situation was unfortunate. I know that the district could not have been prepared for a teacher taking a leave of absence, but I just thought that I should share that a lot of people did not, myself included. There was material on there that I just was not taught and that I did not understand. But to that, I would also like to acknowledge our sub, Ms. Shana. I think she did a great job for the time that she was with us. I would like to thank Ms. Daniels for the scholarship video and congratulate all my fellow peers who won something. And just thank you guys for your collaboration throughout the year. I had a great time as a student board member, and I will definitely be back as an active member in the community for the years to come.
Great, Mr. Ayala.
The community looks forward to that, for sure. We want all our parents and youth to be involved as much as possible. We have some tough decisions, and you know, we're all making, sometimes we have different sides of the issue, but we all have the same goal, which is to make your school experience the best possible, for you to have the most ability to gain knowledge, experience it, and better prepare you for after the new high school, for whichever path you take. So, you know, I want to thank myself as board members for engaging in civilized conversation. And sometimes we can agree to disagree, and that's fine. And, you know, we can vote different ways, and that's still fine, right? I think what matters is that the community knows that we're here to try to represent them and our students the best that we can. And yeah, that's it. Work hard, hopefully, and for the community, you guys have suggestions, please let us know, right? If there's something you haven't considered, let us know. We definitely have a license, want to know about that. Governance key comment, I guess I'll get to it, which is, there is a training that's offered virtually, which I am so happy to take. And it's at the end of the year, so yeah, on that one. So, that's
CSBA. You're gonna miss out. Yeah. Yeah, you can go, you're intimidated. You don't want to talk to us.
anyway, I think that's my comment so far. Yeah, I'm good.
Thank you, Cesar. Daniel?
I had the opportunity last night, along with Superintendent Irving, to sit on the CTE Advisory Committee, which was great. We had presentations from each of our CTE, our ag, our arts, and computer science. So it was great to see, and as well as culinary, to see what's being done and to have the professional development that was coming in. Microsoft was there. We had Amazon that was there, and all the things that in the future I look forward to bringing into our students because of the pathways. And it was nice to see and thank you, Candace, for that great presentation and giving us that copy as well. Because of our 79 students that met the pathway, I think it was, let me wrote it down. 42 of them, so half of our students met through the CTA pathway through our college and career readiness. So it is showing me that our CTE courses are making a difference with our students. So hopefully we can see some more coming in and getting more certifications. Where the committee is looking at more of the certifications that can be brought for the students, which I loved. So thank you again, Candace, for that, bringing that all together and having all the teachers there for that great night of collaboration.
Ms. Flores?
So all my committees have been frozen. So I don't have my committees to report on except for the MCOE, which that will be, I think, next week or in 2 weeks. So I'll come back with a report from that committee. But I do want to comment on just going back to kind of what my colleague, Mr. Ayon, said. And I'm going to say this until it becomes a norm where we can have a dialogue about issues that we may not agree on. And we can have a debate and we can have a discussion and still be respectful with each other. And I just need people to hear that because, we need to really set the example for the students that are going along to college and show them that you can be empowered to voice your opinion and feel comfortable and empowered in speaking your mind and advocating for what you believe in with no fear of judgment or repercussion, as long as you know that you're advocating for what you believe in, and still be okay and not have to feel like people are going to attack you, judge you, or scold you. And so, we as a board, I hope and I believe that we're at a point where we can do that and do so kindly, peacefully, and still laugh at each other, with each other at the end of the day, at the end of the meeting. I also really want to highlight there are a lot of good things happening in our district, and I'm very proud of everyone involved who is doing the work to really get these kids the best experience that they can have while they're in school. I have my daughter in 7th grade, my son in 5th,
And in-person learning has really changed them dramatically because they lost out and they really missed their teachers and their peers. And so there's a lot of good things. And I want to just thank Superintendent Yvette and her staff and the teachers and every single body that walks through these campuses, because it takes all of us. And I really appreciate the ability to work with my colleagues here, because if we can't get it done here, then ni sé cómo, you know what I mean? So, and I'm hoping that I will not have to continue to make that comment in my governance comment, that it becomes a norm for us to be able to have a dialogue and not be like, oh, you know, there it goes, there they go. Thank you.
Well, I wanted to start off by congratulating the class of 2021. You guys did it through some really tough times. Parents who were involved and, you know, guiding your kids through, teachers, communicating with the parents, you helped these kids get through some tough times. So I want to congratulate not only the class of 2021, but the staff, superintendent, board members, helping guide, you know, however we can. And also, you know, just the celebrations. I look forward to being there during the promotion, graduation. Fifth grade is having a celebration, so I'm hoping to show up there for a little bit. Go party this week. But yes, congratulations to all of you guys, and we'll be seeing you guys next school year, hopefully.
Thank you. And following on that, if we can get for those of us that are going to be attending the Saturday graduation, all of us are? So you have received your cap and gown, you have it?
I have my personal.
If you don't,
The high school is working on it.
okay. So just make sure that on Saturday morning, you want us to be at the stadium by what time?
9:30, correct?
9:30 on Saturday morning? Okay, and expect to be there till 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the
Till-
afternoon?
No, till 1:30.
Okay.
We run a very efficient
Okay,
graduation.
so and bring some blood. So we'll see you there on Friday for the promotion of the eighth graders. Also, you're invited to come. It's gonna be at the stadium at
10
the
and 1, right?
10 and 1, right? 10 o'clock?
10 and 1.
So-
The board has, it's on your calendar, and I went in and checked, and in fact, you had accepted. So
Yes.
it
So-
is on your calendars.
So just a reminder, it's
Mr.
that's
Ione, you
Friday.
may not have because of the technology piece.
But maybe if you want to attend, there's plenty of room, so. All right, so just wanted to bring those up.
Protocol, there's gonna be no shaking hands, correct, or?
No, you will not be shaking hands.
So just nodding? or-
Good question. So the board actually takes turns being on the dais because we still are doing physical distancing and limiting the people there. So the student will come up, they will, some students, we may end up doing an elbow or fist bump and maybe a hug, but that's not going to be the typical practice.
Okay.
One.
One, so it's a principal, superintendent, and one of us.
Correct.
Okay? And then we'll take turns throughout the 2 sessions. The same thing for the promotions of the eighth graders, correct?
Correct. That's why I mentioned a hug, because one of our board members may end up hugging one of the students walking.
Okay, great. Again, thank you, everybody, for your hard work in putting this meeting together. And look forward to continue to collaborate with my board members as we move forward through the summer and engage our students in, getting them ready for college. That's it on board comments. Moving on to item 17.2, future agenda items. Let's see what we have up. So we have June 22nd, 2021. That's the LCAP agenda presentation.
Correct. And we have a doodle that will be going out for the July board meeting that was
Okay.
requested.
Correct?
And then we reconvene to our regular schedule, August 10th.
Perfect. Right. 17.3, future meeting dates. Yes.
It's gonna be, obviously after graduation, so we'll have the final numbers. I presume we're gonna receive the final numbers of how many kids graduated and which ones
Yes.
have to go to.
Correct.
We'll get that. And also if we can get a list of the college acceptances too, if we can get that for the board.
But we
Please.
provided that. Yes, we can
I haven't
definitely
seen
provide
it.
that.
Okay, definitely, great. 17.3, future meeting dates. So,
That's what we were just
Yeah.
commenting on. Yes.
perfect, thank you. All right, so moving on to closed session topics. Number 18, 18.1, conference with labor negotiators, agency designated representative superintendent regarding unrepresented employees, associate superintendent, CBO, government code section 54957.6. Number 18.2, individual student matters / student needs, 20 USC section 1232G. And 18.3, public employee performance evaluation, government code section 54957, superintendent. So thank you, everybody. And at this time, we're going to return to closed session.
No public comments for closed session?
Do we have any?
Salinas.
Hello there, and we are reporting back out from closed session. At this time, we have no action at this time to report. Thank you all for being patient with us. It is 10:01. Can I get a
I
motion
motion
for?
to adjourn.
Second.
Cueva.
So it's been moved by Ms.
And
Daniel.
thank you, Sophie and Sonia and
Yes, thank you
Sophia.
for those of you.
Yes,
who
for
stayed
waiting
on.
for us.
Sophie
Sticking it out.
and Sonia.
Have a good evening, everybody, and
Good
stay
night.
safe. So it was moved
Celeste
by
and
Ms.
Maria.
Daniels, seconded by Ms. Cueva.
I cut 'em off.
Thank you.
I got a long drive ahead of me.